Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan. And I just got my first water bill from the county after they took over water operations. And wow, that bill was high. And I'm going to have to call them in the morning. And that's not a good way to get off to a good start. However, a good way to get off to a live stream start is to say hi to everyone in the chat. And we have Jack68K, Kibbs with Retro. Hey, Kibbs. Frank S. Welcome, Frank. Everything is Broken Garage. Ryan. Will I be late tonight? Joe asks. Let's find out. Hi, Joe. Let's see. We have Trina's Technobabble. Hi, Trina. Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. Retro Tech or Die. Hi, Mike. We have DJ Craze. Hi, DJ Craze. As you can see, I don't know everyone's real name. Hi, SadMac356. I could guess people's real name. Hi, Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hey, Jeremy. Let's see here. And we got Sorcerer Stan. Hi, Stan. And Joe says, narrator. He was late. Yes. The guessing for the chat is to guess how much my water bill was for. I'll give you a hint. I use about 2,000 gallons of water a month. The water rate is supposed to be like $44 for the first 2,000 gallons, and then some number for each additional gallon, and the bill's for 2 months, and they had to guess what the starting meter read number was because apparently incompetent. So something tells me I've been double billed for water that I paid for months ago. Now you all can guess what the water bill's for. I'll give you a clue. It is an even dollar amount in that it ends in zeros, which is weird because I think the water rate is not an even amount. And they usually bill you, but they bill you for an even 1,000 number of gallons. So quite honestly, the bill screams they estimated a number because reasons. Oh, Jeremy, I wish it was that. Will Jr. 880. Hey, Will. Will is over, but he's closer than you are, Jeremy. Yeah, yeah, $400. Yeah. No, it wasn't a $400 water bill, but let's just say it's I'm going to have to call them, and I'm going to somehow have to try to find a copy of my last water bill with the service authority, which seems to have deleted all records of us having accounts with them, because I tried to pull up that bill on their website, and their website basically I can log in, but I have no customer information. So yeah. Someone is going to have to show me and prove that the starting meter number on this bill is the same as the last bill, because someone has guessed something. But yeah, it was $178 even. Yeah. And the usage simply said 3,002. 3,002 gallons? 3,002 liters? 3,002 fills of the water tank that I drive by going to work every day? I don't know. There was no units of measure. Usually it's thousands of gallons, but 3,002? They don't bill in 2-gallon increments. I don't know. I think the county I think the county made some numbers up in an effort to send the bills out. And I have a feeling they looked at the size of my house and said, we think about 4 people live there, so he probably uses about 8,000 gallons of water a month, and boom, sent me a bill. Yeah. Well, my water bill was consistently like $16 a month until they added the $30 facility fee with the service authority. So then my bill went to consistently $46 a month. But given the new billing rates that were published, I thought my bill should be like $88. $44 times 2 because I used the minimum billing amount. So yeah. Yeah. So anyways. But that's no matter tonight. At least the bill's not like due tomorrow. I was half expecting the bill to have like some stupidly short due date too, because I half figured the county was going to be like, oh yeah, it took us so long to mail your bill that we want you to just go ahead and mail the payment. That way you have less time to question our accuracy. All right, let's see here. Oh, hey, Retro Tech Chris. Joe says cubic feet. Yeah, I don't know what they. And Jesse, hi Jesse. Yeah, I don't know what the unit of measure is, but apparently. Oh, and hey, Gut Bomb. Yep. Yeah. When I saw on Facebook that someone had posted on the Facebook group for our subdivision that they got the water bill and it was high, I was like, yep, I'm probably gonna have a bill that's exactly their amount. No, mine was twice as much. And I probably use. Yeah, don't use anywhere near that. Of course, the other thing is the letter that was with the bill mentioned that they had to come find all of our meters because they didn't know where they were. So, did they even read the correct meter for my house? Although I think there's only one meter there, but well, tomorrow before I go to work, I'm going to walk over to my the property. Well, it's actually my meter is not on my property. I think it's on the next property over. I'm going to walk over there to see if there's 1 meter or 2. Because they might have not read my meter as well. Yeah. Something's not right with the water billing. Of course, I got the bill after they were closed. Well, yeah, I know they're being greedy too. They were warning us the rates are going up because the rates are going up, but I think they made up some numbers because I think they were incompetent. Yeah, government competence? No. I think they were incompetent when they dissolved the agreement with the service authority and forgot to make sure that they were provided with key information such as the final numbers for everyone's meters, or maybe even a map of where all the meters were. Imagine that! Asking for the maps! Yeah, I'm paying for mine and my neighbor's bill. Yeah, I'm actually probably paying for the new water treatment facility that'll be required for the new subdivision that's being built that in reality the county should have probably made them pay for. But anyways, let's get on to Mac stuff, shall we? Yes. So I have the I have the G3 desktop. You might not recognize it because it has gone through the ultrasonic cleaner since it was last on the stream. Yeah, Ryan says, oh, you want the maps? Well, that is extra, yeah. Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. No. Tell me that they don't know what they're doing without telling me they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, they just proved it. Sloopy says, what are you talking about? Yeah, my water bill. It's for the county finally sent out the first bill 2 months after they took over the water service in our county, and my bill was for 2 months was like 4 times the amount it should have been. Because I know I haven't used that amount of water. But anyways. Oh yeah, and I still haven't received my deposit refund check from the previous water companies. So, yeah, there's that too. Because some of the people in the Facebook group have mentioned they've already received their refund check for their deposit, and I haven't received mine yet. But yeah, I think the county doesn't know what they're doing. To their defense, the person they hired to run the water for the county left the county, but that doesn't excuse them for what seems like making up numbers. Yes. All right. Fortunately, though, the fact that I had trouble with my water bill did not prohibit me from like ultrasonically cleaning the logic board. So if you'll note, there's not like crud around all the chips. I have not tried to power it up since I did this, so I don't know if it's going to work or not. I did not ultrasonically clean this card. I think I might have cleaned. Well, actually, it was clean. I do remember though that you have to plug that in to get sound. Also, I think I did ultrasonically clean the ROM sim. So I do remember that also needs to be plugged in to expect anything to happen. And I'm going to plug in. Oh, I think I noticed something that I didn't previously. Maybe I also know why I had some trouble last time I tried to power this board up. This is bank 1. Bank 1 is in the middle. So anyways. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, 1-bit. I have detected your presence in the chat. Anyways. So, I got the processor in. This is the board that I soldered jumpers onto the bottom of the board. So, if this works, I did get some micro shunts from eBay. I think these are actually the right size. I think this board is still jumpered for... Yes, it is still jumpered for PC supply. So if anyone's wondering, Justin, why did you just plug an ATX power supply into this board? Well, it's jumpered for PC supply. Therefore, it is totally fine to plug in an ATX supply. Because actually, I don't know that I trust the one that came with this computer until I recap it. Or at least open it up for inspection. So, the only thing I've done is clean this board. I've not recapped it. I've not done anything else to it. I didn't even test it after I cleaned it because I've been busy. All right, let's see. I'll plug video in. I've got one memory stick in. And oh yeah, don't get me started on decal fees. Our county charges us decal fees even though they don't send us a decal. All right. Oh, it would probably help if I plugged in a keyboard. Yes. I probably should plug in a keyboard. Trying to remember where I put the keyboard. Well, I thought the keyboard was down here. Yep, water is expensive, to Chris's point. Okay, I'm looking for the Apple keyboard. I know it's down here because I remember moving it to the side the other day. And now I can't remember where put it. Turn on my fan though. It is a little stuffy in the basement. PC keyboard. There it is. Apple desktop keyboard. Oh, actually, I think the county might have renamed it from something other than decal fee now that I think about what the bill looked like last time I looked at it. I mean, it's been several months since I looked at the bill, but it's basically the decal fee. All the counties I think most, if not all the counties in Virginia stopped issuing decals because I guess they realized that they could still charge the fee but not issue a decal. So more money for them. All right, so let's see what happens. I'll leave the table cam on in case there's like sparks or flames or little clowns that start dancing on the board. I have a speaker plugged in, so 3, 2, 1. And we got a chime. And all right, I guess I'll give it a moment. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. Hold on. I'm on the wrong input. Although I don't think there's any video signal because the thing is, my monitor didn't come to life. Okay. Let me try zapping the PRAM. Oh, wait. I bet I've got to plug a battery in. Hold on. Let me put a battery in this Mac. I think this might be one of the Macs that requires a battery to get a video signal. I think everything I think now that I think about it, everything like 68040 and up or in the camp need a battery or power up shenanigans to get video. So, all right, I got a battery in now. 3, 2, 1. And we got a chime. This is one of those times when I wish I had a PCI video card that worked with a Mac, so that I could just completely bypass the onboard video and perhaps even bypass the Apple 15-pin video connector. I think okay. That is no joy. Processor is getting warm. The video chip feels a little bit warm. Okay, so it definitely is doing something. The video output's not one of them. Of course, that might be because I have the settings for my video adapter messed up because reasons. Let me see if I can't pull up the jumper settings for it. The reason would be testing. Yeah, that's right. I had a 2SI plugged into it last. That's right. Okay. Let me see if I can't find the settings because. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I just remembered. I had I did have a 2SI plugged into this adapter before, which means it's set for sync on green, and that's not what I want to do. All right. But I gotta find the pinout. And why is Firefox being so mean to me? Here we go. Is this come on, VCF forums? Okay, I just found a forum post that requires you to log in to see the picture. I don't feel like logging in at the moment. Here we go. And I just found the settings for the adapter I'm using on another website. myoldmac.net. All right. Let me check these settings. I'm fairly sure that they're going to be wrong. So, I want this set for VGA in mode. I think I want mode 1, which is composite sync. Two, three, five. Oh yeah. I don't remember what sync signal connected to pin 13. Or does VGA want separate sync? I can never remember. I can never remember what VGA normally uses. But I think composite sync is what I normally have this set for, although maybe I want separate sync. But I have a feeling that the G3 probably doesn't like sync on green. I mean, maybe it'll do it. That was pretty antiquated by the time the G3 desktop came around. That's a good sign. And whoa, there we go. Hey, I got a video image. Hey, VGA uses separate syncs. Okay. Well, let me fix that. That might be why the video quality looks bad. Let's see. That would be mode 5. Oh, yep. You're right, Jeremy. That's how I normally have it. Separate sync. 2, 3, 6, 7. Yep. 2, 3, 6, and 7. Hey, but I got a video image. That's a good sign. I have a feeling the ultrasonic clean got some conductive crud cleaned out from between the chip legs. Because there was crud around the video chip. So I have a feeling that might be why I never got a video signal, or I had the RAM in the wrong bank previously. Okay, well that's a good sign. Let me find a boot device. Joe has never had an ultrasonic clean fix his logic board. Your time is coming, Joe. You will eventually have one. Although, to be fair, Joe, I also had to jumper the processor for the correct speed, so it wasn't just an ultrasonic fix. All right. I have no idea if this hard drive works, but if it does work, it's the original hard drive, so it should have the original system software on it. Let me see if I can figure out which is the primary IDE channel. Of course, it's probably not marked on the board. That would be very un-Mac-like, although maybe it doesn't really matter. As much on a Mac as it does a PC. So, alright, so I'll plug this hard drive in. And alright, we will see if this hard drive wants to do anything. It is a Western Digital. AC14200-34 RTT1. It was manufactured July 23rd, 1999. And it was made in Malaysia, and it's a Western Digital, and yada, 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 yada. And it just spun up. And the Mac just chimed again. Oh! Mac OS 10! Okay, I was not expecting that plot twist. Although maybe I should have when I heard it reboot after starting to boot the operating system. Because that would have been OS 10 changing PRAM settings. It's actually booting. Oh, wait. Gut Bomb is moving down to DC. Awesome! I'm so close to DC. Hey! Starting macaroni. What is macaroni? I don't know what macaroni is. Alright. Okay, I'm going to go back to table cam momentarily. Just to make sure that something doesn't load on the desktop that should not be seen. Well, we will not be, we will apparently not be logging into this computer. I will need to boot off of something else. Unless the former owner had a username of their first or last name and no password. That would be a negative. And that would also be a negative. All right, well, it looks like It looks like I will have to... I can get right around that with single user mode. You will have to refresh my memory as to how you get into single... Is that hold shift? I'm pretty sure that's holding shift. I'm actually just ecstatic the hard drive works. Given how rusty parts of the case look. Gut Bomb says, the password is, I would like to speak to your manager. All right, I think it's hold shift, but I'm not totally sure. It's been so long since I've had to boot OS X into single user mode. Oh, there we go. Whoa! I just got dumped into open firmware. Weird. Yeah, that was a pretty blue wallpaper until I got dumped into open firmware. Oh, I think Joe has just sent me the... Oh yeah, how to... Oh, Command and S. Okay. Well, that would explain why, that would explain why it's probably not happy with me. Haha. Alright, so I'm holding Command S. Interesting. It looks like I got dumped into open firmware again. Type in mount -UW/ and press enter. Unknown word. I think the OS install might be corrupted. And dumped into open firmware again. All right, let me see if it'll just boot without any keys. Zap the oh, I think I didn't press the zap the P. I saw that too late. Shut the computer all the way off, then try single user mode again. Okay. Okay. Okay, either we got one boot and there's something wrong with this hard drive. Yeah. Chris says, darn it, Karen, why did you do this to us? Ah, Joe says perhaps this machine just barely supports OS X and has some custom hack thing on it, and maybe that's why it's not working. Yeah, I think the Beige G3s officially support up to 10.2. Okay, if I get dumped into open firmware again, yep, thanks for the commands. Bet you never heard of the double PRAM zap reset thingamadoodle. I think we're booting into OS 9. Which is probably not going to like me holding Command S. Nope. We're going to boot into OS 10. There we go. That was the... No. Okay, that was not a Oh. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Hold please while I go to locate the sound that we need. Alright, well. Unfortunately... the hard drive's dead. Hard drives are not supposed to sound like that. Wow, it sounds really unhappy. Okay, yep, everyone's telling me Blue Scuzzy time, but the problem is I don't have a Blue Scuzzy set up for such a new system. But yeah, this hard drive is dead. We got the one boot. We got the Karen's Revenge boot. By the way, Karen, who sent a G3 desktop to e-waste, you probably should have wiped your hard drive instead of just, like, not wiping your hard drive. I'd like to speak to your manager about that. Give it okay. I got some suggestions from the chat. I'm being told to give it a good tap. All right. Let me grab my first persuader tool. Oh, wait. That's not the one I'm looking for. All right. Oh, I don't know where I put it. All right. All right. We'll give it a couple of persuasion taps. Maybe it's got some stiction going on. All right, so first I'm just going to, like, give it a good, Oh, yeah, I'm not going to toss the drive sled. All right. Well, it's spinning. And it just spun down with a clunk. NVRAM... Okay. That's fair. Alright. At least I know how to get into open firmware by choice. There we go. Oh, and you can't see that. Okay, so it was reset Yeah, Gutbombs thinks that I need to do the NVRAM reset. There, it was reset NVRAM. Not with caps lock on. Reset NVRAM. Unknown word. Doesn't like it reset NVRAM. I think that was okay. It liked reset all. It didn't like reset NVRAM. Is there a way to list the commands? Maybe a list. Does not like reset NVRAM. Okay. Oh, there is a button on the PCB for a reset. Yeah, it could be. All right. Okay, I just used the button on the PCB. And the drive just... Yeah. Oh, it's init NVRAM. Okay. Well, I'll try it. Too late, because I've already... Interestingly enough, it spins until it tries to load the OS, and then it goes into its kerclunk loop, which tells me that it's got some unrecoverable error with it as soon as it starts to load the operating system. Yeah, it's dead. It is actually it's spinning up, and then it's like going kerclunk. Yeah, Jesse says if that drive is spinning down, I think it's RIP caviar. Yeah, well, actually, it's not a caviar drive even. Okay, I think this drive. I think this drive is sans the carrier, of course, is going to meet a cruel end by means of the hard drive crusher, because, well, I'm a nice guy and Karen forgot to wipe her data, so yeah, it died before our eyes. So Karen, there's no need to go see your manager. That hard drive will get crushed, and then no one will be able to read the data off of it, although I think the drive's pretty much dead for all intents and purposes. I don't think anyone's going to be able to read the data off anyways. Instead of a hard drive crusher, I need a hard drive trebuchet. Actually, I think I will name the drive Wesley. Actually, no, I will name the hard drive crusher Wesley. No, that doesn't make any sense. Never mind. All right, let me see if I got a blue SCSI. I have a blue SCSI. I believe the OS on this is too old. Yes, I know the hard drives can contain some very strong magnets, but hard drives also the hard drive also contains Karen's data. Not that I know who Karen is. Hey, Scarlett. Okay, I plugged a Blue SCSI in. It's a Blue SCSI external. I'm fully expecting it to do that because I did not think whatever was on it would boot a G3, but I thought I would check. All right. Let's see here. I should have a micro SD reader here somewhere. There we go. I put one in a safe. Hey, Mikey. Face palm on that Wesley Crusher, yeah. So, got bum. I have not managed to lose the reader you gave me. All right, let me see if I can find a CD image that this computer will boot, albeit very slowly. Well, first of all, I got to be able to plug the reader into my computer. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, it wasn't going to boot. It was not going to boot anything on that. Let's see here. You can get all your Blue SCSIs at jcm-1.com. Yes. All right, let me see if I can't get a Mac OS 8.6. Or 9.0. 922. All right. Well, if I can find a... Oh, here we go. Let's see here. 922, 921. 91. Hold, please. I'm trying to just find a bootable CD. Retail macOS 904 CD image works for any PowerPC Macintosh computers before 2000. Yeah. Okay. This will work. Assuming this disk is bootable. That's the question. I don't have a drive for this to install on. Since this is an IDE Mac, we need to put an IDE drive on it. Oh wait, I might actually have an IDE drive that I could install on. I just want to see if I can get it to boot, and then we'll deal with installers. Toast file. Alright. Alright, hopefully the Blue SCSI can boot a toast file. Alright, I'm copying an OS image over. It's going to take a long time. Maybe I should have picked 8.6. But the thing is, I think this Mac would have shipped with 8.6, so I would have probably had to find the 8.6 restore CD for this computer. Whereas I think 9.0, this Mac would have already shipped, so it should be able to boot the retail disk. That's why I picked 9.0 after saying 8.6. Although, while I wait for the image to copy over to the SD card, let me see if by chance the Garden has the 8.6 restore CD for this computer, because it is quite possible it does. Oh, yeah, it does. Alright, well, I'm already copying the image over, so tell you what. Alright, we'll see if I can even boot from the Blue SCSI. It'll be slow, because it's just that one. Because I'm crazy and should probably walk over and... Okay. If this works, then I will find a I'll find an SD card adapter, because I just remembered that I bought a V2 desktop and I ordered it assembled. So oh wait, or do these take? Oh, that's right. They take micro SD. Okay. Well, I don't have to find an adapter. I'll just put this micro SD card into this reader, and then we won't have to wait quite as long. How about that? Even though this is my overclocked Blue SCSI, that it's like one of the only. It's like I've got one. I think that Blue SCSI will work at 128 megahertz, and I got two that'll work at 96 megahertz, and then I got so many desktops that don't work overclocked at all that it's actually a headache using 3 different firmwares. Do I have an IDE to CF adapter? I do. I do. Yes, and I think I've got some compact flash cards. Well, let's see if the CD image will even boot. And I'll go upstairs and I'll grab a 4 gig compact flash card. So we might actually be able to install an OS. Unfortunately, the adapter I have will not fit in the case because it plugs straight into the IDE connector, and well, there's not enough room. So I'll probably have to get one of the PCI bracket type, which I might have a spare one. I was actually thinking of putting an actual... Oh, I think the file copy finished. Okay. I think. So I'm going to call this one CD2. There we go. All right. 413. Okay. Should not have any SCSI ID conflicts. All right. So let's see here. Let me put the... Okay. So I got the V2 desktop. I got the micro SD in it, so we don't have to wait as long. This is the 904 image. If this boots, then I'll download the actual restore CD. I'll grab a compact flash card. Let's see what happens. Okay. Hey! There we go! Woo! That's actually not half bad of a boot speed. Your clock is wrong! Oh, of course. It'll complain about the clock being wrong, but they didn't put a control panel on it to let you set it. Hey, that actually worked pretty nicely. Alright, I think we might be able to... Oh, that's the Blue SCSI transfer. This is Garth's apps and games. Yeah, we can actually... Yeah, we can actually launch Doom in the install environment. I'm gonna... we'll actually restore an OS to this. All right. I was actually surprised. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. All right. All right. Let me download the restore CD. Okay. So it looks like the Garden has the blue and white restore CD, which, if I'm reading the notes correctly, it's the same thing as the beige one. All right. So let me go. Let's see here. Yeah, let me go upstairs real quick. Let me grab a compact flash card, and I'll be right back. Good night, Trina. All right. So I got one of my IDE adapters. I got one of the compact flash cards. Chris probably recognizes these. They're the same ones he puts in LTEs. Why I bought some of them. I was like, well, if they work in LTEs, they probably work in lots of things. Okay, I think the download of the 8.6 finished. Let's see here. All right, so let me pull out the micro SD from the Blue Scuzzy, put it back in the adapter that I haven't managed to lose yet. Plug it in. And let's see here. And actually, I kind of like the idea of running OS 8.6 on this because I've got Power Mac G4s that run OS 9, so that'd be cool to have a 8.6 machine. I mean, I don't really know what benefit that might give me, but hey. I do have the USB card that was in here. So 8.6 would be good for USB support. The bracket's a little rusty, but I can fix that at some point. Yeah, these cards do seem to be compatible with these adapters. Although not all adapters are made the same, and not all computers like the cards, so I don't know if this Mac will like it. I know Action Retro Sean has trouble using certain cards with certain Macs, so, and certain adapters with certain Macs. So I may have trouble with this. But if I have trouble with this, then I'll go upstairs and grab I've got some IDE hard drives. I'll go grab one. I mean, I don't know if they work, but well, I gotta test them at some point. Yeah, I also know that even though Chris uses these cards in his LTEs, I bought a bunch. They supposedly have the same part number, but when I write out the image to the card, that the image I wrote off of the one Chris gave me is larger than the cards I bought, even though they have the same part number, so they're not all the same. And we'll see about Duke Nukem. I'm not very good at Duke Nukem. Actually, I'm not good at a lot of first-person shooters. I didn't really intend this to be a game playing stream, so, but I might try a game or two to make sure it's working, but I do have another Mac I wanted to start to work on. All right. Okay. Well, let's see. I've got the CD image. And it's bootable. Gutbomb says 8.6 is really the way to go. Well, I hope so. Yeah, I need to change my scalar settings. Apparently it's decided to stretch everything. Of course the clock is wrong! You don't put the control panel on the install CDs, which means I can't set the clock. Give me a break, OS. Control panel. See? Apple Talk and startup disk. I can't change the clock. Power Mac G. Oh, you know, I bet I gotta Oh, okay. I bet I gotta go run disk. Apple Software Restore, CD Extras, Utilities, Drive Setup. Let's see here. ATA not initialized. Let's initialize this disk. Destroy all data on the following volumes. Initialize. There we go. All right. Oh, actually, I probably want Apple Software Restore. There we go. Okay. All right, there we go. We have started the restore. Jeremy says you will take this OS, Karen, and you will like it. Maybe I should name this Mac Karen. But I wouldn't want Karen to think I was... No, this Mac isn't Karen. This isn't a Karen Mac. Unless it, like, keeps going into open firmware every time I try to boot the OS, then it will be named Karen. Jeremy says, if you only knew how to speed up the CPU in your 2GS, well, put some RC car wheels on the bottom and, oh, wrong type of acceleration. Never mind. Wow, was that it? Did we really just restore the factory software? I guess we did. All right, well, let's try to let's reboot off the compact flash card. Oh. Yeah, see, Jesse says SimCity 2000 for the Mac is pretty unbearable on the PowerBook 165C. I bet so. Yeah, I don't see how you can play Wolfenstein on a 2GS. I don't get it. Granted, I don't have a 2GS to be able to try to play Wolfenstein on it. Yeah. Okay. OS Setup Assistant. Do I really have to run the OS Setup Assistant? I don't want to run the OS Setup Assistant. Control panels, date and time. Current date is 9/5/23, but that just, I need to install the control panel to, interestingly enough, though, the time was close enough. Okay, there we go. That'll work. Yeah, I need to install the control panel. Time zone must be set. Picky, picky. I guess I should run the macOS system. What is your name? By demand of the chat. Karen. I guess we are observing daylight savings time. Geographic location. I sure thought I just told you this, but... Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Washington. That's closest. Do I want to use Simple Finder? No. What password would I like to use? I don't want to use a password. I've not provided a password. All right. Whoops, now everyone knows my super secret file. How is my printer connected to my computer? Well, it'll be on the network. Of course, you can't find any printers. There we go. I have set up macOS. Yay! All right, let's see what's on here. Well, Wolfenstein is not on here. Well, I guess I can't play Wolfenstein. Jesse's asking, Karen didn't drop off a random DeskJet 600 series. Nope. I mean, I could... No. Well... Alright, well... Okay, the little sidebar Madeali needs to go away. Okay, I don't know how you move in this version, but apparently D shoots. Oh, mouse click shoots. Oh, there we go. There's a weird... Yeah, it's apparently IJKL. Whatever. Oh, I've got a mouse. I'm not very good at this game. As if it wasn't obvious. There we go. Yeah. Oh, well. Is there nothing up here? Oh, I guess not. Okay. Yeah, I think there's enough of that. The machine works. Well, go click your icons then. I'll be waiting. That's cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you're supposed to open switches. Yeah. And in fact, because oh, well, I guess not. Okay. But that's cool. So I guess if I shut down and remove the blue SCSI, which I'm actually pretty impressed how fast the V2 desktop is, and then power up. Let's boot from the compact flash card. Oh, hey, Eric. Load runner. Well, looks like... Alright, looks like I got a G3 desktop, and... Two hundred 266 megahertz processor, 512K cache, that all looks normal. 64 megs of memory. That's interesting. Mach 64 3DU Pro. The Rage Pro Turbo PCI. Ah! Did ATI make this 3D card by putting a Mach 64 core and a 3D core on a chip and calling it done? Interesting. Alright. Oh, cool. My Coco composite board was used in your bumpers for your Septandy video. Cool. Thanks. Do I have any Septandy plans? Yes, I do. The Coco will come back on the workbench one day. I do need to order some parts. And I've got a video on the GoTech upgrade for my Model 4P. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet machine. I would, though, like to see one thing. So there were 3 memory modules in it when I got it. So it does look like the 64 meg memory module works. I was having trouble with the other 2. So I'm going to try the other memory modules and see if the machine does anything. So this is the OWC memory module. I'm not holding out much hope for it. The machine did not chime. Yeah, click register with Apple. All right, I believe the OWC memory module that I had trouble with last time is indeed non-functional. That's a shame. All right, let me try this other module here. And this module's also not good. I don't know if you heard that chime, but it was, Here, I'll bring the microphone closer so you can hear it. It was definitely not right. I believe that was the stutteriest chime, followed by a really, really corrupted crash sound. Alright, so it looks like I only have 64 megs of memory for this computer, unless I look through my stash and find more memory. I mean, I probably have some memory somewhere I can put in it. Yeah, that was an unhappy noise. Alright, so 64 megs of memory. I guess for OS 8.6 is not a horrible amount, but I was hoping for a little bit more, especially since there were 3 memory modules in it. But I guess I will take some working RAM over no working RAM. Oh, yeah, and Eric was saying register with Apple lol. Well, there we go. Apple's not getting my registration. Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda says 640K is all you need. Yeah. Okay, I mean 52.9 megabytes. Largest unused block. I mean, not the end of the world. Okay, so this is 851, not 86. I'll probably install the 8.6 update on it, just so I can have USB support. Although I think this might support USB. Oh, actually, let me shut this down. I'm going to put the USB card in. Let's see if it's even detected. Yeah, it's 64 megabytes for 8.5 is decent. I might look through my stash and see if I got maybe another 64 megabyte module and double it. I mean, I do have some, I think I've got some DDR modules I got from the swap meet, so. Oh, I do have a 6309 for it. I need parts to fix the video out. The the color burst is I've got the yellow stripe on the side of the screen on my Coco 2. So the color burst is extending into the visible portion of the video. I need to order some parts to have them on hand. I just haven't. Oh, that's not going to show me. I keep forgetting to go look for what I need. All right, so I think if this card is supported by 851, oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so I got it USB. It looks like it's detected. So theoretically, I could plug something in. Sleepy says a 555 timer will fix that. Well, I was actually going to make sure I had more than the 555 timer because that's not always the cause. But yeah, that could be. I have 555 timers. I don't have the germanium diode that Tandy used. Okay. Well, my G3 works. Apparently the logic board needed cleaned. It's possible it needs recapped. I'll probably recap it at some point. I haven't bought caps for it. Because I didn't, well, with the amount of dirt that was on the logic board, it was hard to tell if they were leaking. Okay, Sloopy says it is the cause. I've had other people telling me it's usually not the 555 timer, but it's one of the other parts. So, anyways, that I'll do that. I don't know, maybe one of the streams next week will be a Tandy stream. Although I don't have much Tandy, but yeah, run Nitro 9. Well, we'll see. I have the 6309. Okay, so I think this Mac is. Gut Bomb says 555 timer. That's just what they call it on TV and movies to anonymize it. You want the 801 timer. Maybe I want the 8675309 timer. All right, the G3 logic board works. 64 megs of RAM works. That looks like, I mean, from what I can tell, the video RAM upgrade works. The USB card works. Jenny wants her timer back. Well, Jeremy, I don't own much more Tandy than you. I have a Coco 2 and a TRS-80 Model 4P. Joe says, in 2017, it was said that over 1 billion 555 timers are produced annually by some estimates. All right. I think it's time to pull another Mac on the bench. All right. Yeah. I mean, I just about bid on a Tandy 1400 LT, but then I was staring at it and staring at the starting bid, and I was like, this is no different than my other 80 It's no different than my other 8088 computer. It's a Tandy and not a Emerson, but they were both, I mean, it's like, they're both MS-DOS compatible. Okay, sure, I think the Tandy has Tandy sound, but I kept staring at them like, this really is not different enough from the other 8088 that I have, so I didn't place a bid on the 1400 LT. Again, it's the second time the auction came around to the end time, and I didn't place a bid on it. It's like, it's not different enough. I don't know who ate all the Emerson computers, but it seems like they're out there somewhere. I mean, I might have bought another one last week, and it's on the way. But theoretically, they were sold in department stores. I'm kind of wondering if those Emerson computers were just so boringly generic that no one kept them. Yeah, I know Tech Select Sound sells a Tandy sound card. That's the thing. I could run those Tandy games on my Emerson 8000 EC with the Tandy sound card, and I'm like, yeah, it got to the point where I was looking at the computer, I'm like, this isn't different enough. It's not like I had one growing up, because we didn't. Like, it's no different than the other 8088 that I have, so I didn't bid on it. I decided a long time ago that I didn't need every example of every computer. And unless I find another 8088 computer that maybe has something actually different about it, I was like, I may not bid on it. And the thing is, the fact that it's a portable, I'm like, well, that just makes it harder to capture video in some cases, or show the screen. So, yeah, the Tandy 1000s are interesting, though. Maybe I'd rather have one of the Tandy 1000 desktops and not the laptop, or pluggable, or I don't know, whatever you call it. All right. So you're probably wondering what computer I've decided to pull in the bench next. Wonder no further. All right. So the next victim is my Macintosh Plus. So I am not going to try to power this computer up again, but I powered this up a couple weeks ago. The reason I'm not powering up again is these computers, the 128, 512, and Plus, they don't have bleeder resistors. So I'm just being extra cautious, even though I am going to discharge the tube, even though it's been sitting for a couple weeks. But I just don't want to risk it until I recap the analog board. But basically, I did see a video image, but it was very stretched out, which I believe is incorrect voltages. So let's see. I believe I did not put the screws back in this, so I think the should come right off. So this Mac Plus came from the, I guess, Herndon, Virginia collection. It has an 800K floppy drive. It's got a CRT. It's got an analog board. It's got a logic board. I don't know how much RAM's on it. But anyways, the analog board needs recapped. I'm almost sure of it. And I got new safety caps, so actually, I suspect it only has a megabyte of RAM on it. I think now that I think about it, I think it only has the megabyte of RAM. So, all right. So what I'm going to do here is, let me. I am going to plug the AC cord in. At the moment, my smart switch is off. The reason for this is to connect the ground. I am not going to turn it on, however. I am going to find my clip lead that I normally use. For discharging. I will then turn my smart outlet on with the Mac switched off. Well, this is of course assuming I can find the clip lead for discharging. Oh, that's nice. Well, Sloopy, it's got incorrect voltages, so I'm going to recap it. Well, can't find my clip lead. Well, I guess I could do the, Okay. Well, I can't find the clip lead, so instead I am going to take a voltmeter and I'm going to double check that the caps are discharged. I got negative 3.6 millivolts on the main capacitors, which probably means that there is no voltage on the there's hold please. I am following traces on the analog board. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It has discharged. Oh, the flatback does have a drain resistor in it? Okay. Well, somewhere I thought I read. I mean, you can't trust everything you hear these days, that there was no bleeder resistor in these. Okay. I just checked that there's, we're at 0 volts. We're good. I can remove the analog board if I can find my screwdriver. Yes, my coffee goal might, one of the things I might be using my coffee goal for is to maybe get a better screwdriver set. One that has self-locating bits that won't run away. Haha. Oh, okay, so Sloopy says the 128 and 512 don't, but looking at the flyback on this, he can tell it does. Okay, well. K-Mac, my bench is actually so messy, I will not be creating a bench cleaning video. I'm kind of ashamed of how messy it is, so no. It'll just be clean one of these days, and there will be no video evidence of how messy it was. Alright, I'm trying to find the screwdriver that I know I had. And I know that I had it because I was using it on Dave's stream, and I just found it. Alright. Oh, hi, Apples Anonymous. Alright, well, no time like the present to get this analog board out so I can recap it. And I guess in the process, we'll see if it really needed recapped. Okay. Remove the anode cap. And see the neck. Oh, well, I can't say remove the neck board because that's not really a neck board. All right, let me remove the logic board connector. And it kind of feels like there's another screw. Oh, there is. There it is. Yes, there's one screw in the front. There we go. And then all right, so trying to see if I can get the board up and out. There we go. Ah, there we go. And I got one more cable here. Alright, at least those don't look burned. Oh, and the ground wire, which, of course, is... Oh. There we go. Or I'll just disconnect that. Alright. And let me disconnect this cable as well. If I can get it out. All right. Analog board is out. Let me move the Macintosh Plus down to the probably a really bad place and behind me, but all right. Set that off to the side, and let's take a look at what we've got here. So this is a 120-volt analog board. We have flyback transformer. There's, I guess, electrolytics throughout here. I think this is the power supply part of the board, and then this is going to be the video portion, or as they call it, the sweep. And all right. So I did, I ordered the cap kit from Console 5, and while they do include the one safety cap replacement, because I guess this one is almost always a refa, I had to order the two smaller ones separately, so... Alright, I guess there's no time like the present here. And let me... Alright, let me move a few things off to the side here. Alright, hold please while I apparently realized that I had way more stuff stacked off to the side than I realized while working on boards on Dave's stream. Alright. Oh, and apparently... Yeah, my workbench is a mess. Alright, good night, Frank. Alright. Let me pull up the Console 5 wiki. Let's see here. Okay. Yes, do smash that like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm, or at least that's what they say. All right. I gotta go move my water station. All right. Oh, there was one other thing I was going to get. As I remove these caps, I bought a new toy. Ooh, it's a Mitsubishi electric alkaline battery. And what would my new toy be? I bought me an LCR meter. And oh, and I gotta open it up to install a battery. Wonderful. All right. So oh, actually, I think I might have removed one too many screws here. Hold on. So, why did I buy an LCR meter? Well, because I kind of was, yeah, there's a peel on it. I might just leave the peel on it for now to protect the screen. There we go. Well, I mean, I've got my little cheapo multi-component tester that will give you the ESR and capacitance of a capacitor, but quite honestly, I thought a separate meter that actually was designed for testing things like that. Plus, it'll also test inductors too. I kind of was getting the impression that that would be better, give more accurate readings, and some of these will actually do a pretty good job of doing in-circuit testing. Or maybe more accurately, they're designed with the leads so that you can do so you can attempt to do in-circuit testing, whereas those all-in-one component testers require you to have the capacitor out of circuit. So let me see if I can't get the battery connector out. There we go. Put the battery in. There we go. All right, battery is in. Hold please while I figure out how the battery wants to fit. There we go. Is that it? All right. Yeah, Mike's. Yes, Mike. Yeah, I've gone to my Macintosh Plus. The G3. Apparently, the ultrasonic cleaning was what the G3 board needed. So I've got a compact flash card with 851 restored to it, and everyone saw how bad I am at the Doom. There we go. Ah, excellent. So now I've got my little LCR meter. Well, all right. So I think theoretically I should probably read the manual to at least figure out how to calibrate this meter. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me go ahead and calibrate this real quick, and then we'll get on to the analog board. So it says we press and hold this for more than 2 seconds. And then we run this with it open. And it's doing a 30-second countdown. And it passes. And now I need to short the leads. And oh, hey, Steve. Good night, Scarlett. All right, there we go. All right, so now, theoretically, if I hook up a capacitor, such as this random one from the cap kit, looks like this is it's measuring 30.5 microfarads. It's a 33 microfarad. And a D of 0.108. And the nice thing about this, I can also change the frequency that it tests at. And I'll have to read the manual to see what the D value means, but there we go. Cool. So, when I pull the capacitors out of the analog board, I can test them to see if they were actually bad. And hopefully test them better than the cheapo tester can. Oh, D might be DC resistance. Maybe. I don't know. Yes, it's a Mac Plus analog board, so yep, I'm going to start removing caps. It's not generating the correct voltage, so figured I'd recap it. Don't know that any of the caps are leaking. I'm visually inspecting it. This is the first time I've had the board out. So, yep. And the fun thing is, I have another analog board, so, but it's in a 512, so. Oh. All right, I guess I will start at the bottom and work my way up. Guess that makes sense. Actually, C1, so I've got the Console 5 cap kit documentation. Okay. Actually, maybe I'll start at the top and work my way down. But also, just so that I have some indication, I am going to put a... Yep, this is from the Retrotech Chris collection. So I am going to... first mark all the original capacitors so that I can keep track of them. Let's see here. Okay. That looks good. And now I'm going to start with this one, which is C1. It's actually a non-polarized electrolytic. And this is kind of where I wish I had Yeah, it was a fellow Mac collector that was moving. So I guess downsizing and moving. So that person wanted to make sure these computers got into the hands of other enthusiasts. So it also helps to turn your soldering iron on to actually desolder. So this non-polarized electrolytic gets replaced with a polymer cap. And I believe this is the one, because they don't really make 3.9 microfarad nonpolar low ESR electrolytic caps anymore. Also, I would use Claris, the solder vacuum station, but the leads are bent on these capacitors, so all right. Now, I'm not totally sure recapping this board will fix it, but that's what I decided I was going to do. Oh, hey Adam. You missed the Beige G3 Desktop. Okay, so this non-polar electrolytic that feels like really cheap. So it's rated at 3.9 microfarads and it's measuring 4.5. And yeah, it definitely has a low ESR. Oh. And that's at 100 hertz. So at 1 kilo or 120 hertz. Let me see. 1 kilohertz. Yep. All right. So that cap is not the reason why it isn't working. Let me see if I can't get the glue off the board. Yeah. These console 5 kits make it easy. Oh, wait. That inductor. Oh, let me do a little dab of isopropyl. Oh yeah, I named my Beige G3 Desktop Karen. Yeah, the hard drive died live on stream. We got one boot into it to find that it had OS 10 point something installed with a username and password, an unknown username and a password. And in the attempt to reboot it to go into single user mode, the hard drive died. And I'm trying to find my cotton swabs, which are buried under who knows what. Oh, there's a swab. All right, while I wait for the isopropyl alcohol to dissolve that, let me double check to see if either Steve or Bruce has a recapping guide for this analog board so that I don't have to remove it one cap at a time. And what do you know? Steve does. Oh yeah, Steve came for the 512, which should be similar enough. Yeah, I wanted to I decided I wanted to do the plus first because it at least had some signs of life. View this page for recapping details. Yeah, I've got the page on the Console 5 kit that describes what their differences are. So I know this one gets a film cap. Yeah, Adam says don't use the 240 version. Yep, that would definitely give me the wrong results. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead, since I did find that Steve's got a recapping guide, I'm just going to go ahead and remove all the capacitors, and I will just double check that I don't have any surprises, because it is quicker to just remove them all. And then install them. Plus, I guess if I remove all these caps, and indeed none of them appear to be failed, then I can do some testing of other components on the board without new capacitors and... But yeah, I've got a 512 that needs work as well, but its power supply is dead. So I decided I wanted to do the plus first because it's suffering from low voltage. So I figured let me get my bearings on a the Mac Plus analog board, and then I'll go to the 512. So capacitor 2 is a 16 volt 4700 microfarad, and oh, interesting. It would appear to be interesting. .91 microfarads. I believe this cap is bad. It's not reading anywhere close to what it should be. Or this new meter is a liar. All right, let me find my old meter to corroborate readings. Find one of the old meters. Well, there's one of them, but there's a part missing off of it. Okay, what did I do? That's weird. I found the battery for my old meter. Oh, there it is. Yeah, C1 is a special non-polarized cap, but this is C2. My C2 battery is reading... Oh, that's why I removed the battery from my meter. The battery's dead. Oh. Oh, that would explain that. Hold, please. All right. Oh no, I sunk Steve's battleship. There we go. Well, now that's interesting. This one measures it as 4304 microfarads. And my new fancy meter reads it as 3.92 microfarads. Well, that's weird. Although this is 100 hertz, and I doubt the cheap meter is doing any sort of frequency. All right, well, let me see what this newfangled meter says with the new cap. .39 microfarads. That's weird. All right. I think I'm going to have to read the manual for this meter. It's possibly scaling things. I don't know. Well, that's disappointing. I guess I'll just continue to use the cheap meter, because it's actually showing me numbers I think I can trust. So this first cap I removed. Oh. Well, alright. Whatever. Okay. Maybe I'll just give up trying to measure these as I remove them, because Technology is failing me tonight. All right. I guess that's what I get for buying the fancy $200 LCR meter over the slightly less fancy $110 meter that I've also seen YouTubers use. I'll have to read the manual and see what's up. It's probably scaling things or some weird shenanigan. I mean, I kind of expected it would show 47 microfarad cap as that, but maybe there was a, like, there's an indicator on the screen I didn't see that tells you it's scaling the units. All right, so this is a 16 volt, 220 microfarad cap. And reading at 182. Which is like just at the bottom of the tolerance range. All right, so I guess we'll go for C5 next. It's an axial. Yeah, that did seem a bit low. I mean, 20% tolerance would be like right at about 180. This one's 47 microfarad, reading at 48 and a half. Okay. Well, that one's probably not the problem. There we go. Next cap. I think it is going to be okay, there we go. Yeah, 20% would be 44, and it was at like a 220 at 182. That is almost at the bottom of the tolerance range. I mean, not quite, but almost. Oh. All right, this cap's leads are okay. Leads on that cap aren't long enough to put it in the tester. Well, I guess I could try the fancy new tester on it. $19 or 20 microfarads. 22. Okay, it's a 22 and it's reading at 19 and a half. Okay. Okay. Right, I guess the next cap is going to be this one here, which is going to be, so there's the transistor that's beside this cap, so it's going to be, I think, this one here. All right, so far I haven't smelled any signs of leakage. One cap, potentially out of spec low. Okay. All right, I guess I'll try the new meter again. So it says it's 34, and it's a 33. Okay. That one is probably not the bad cap. Okay, let's see here. I got the next one is, let's see here. Okay, I think it is here. And all right. There we go. And this one's another 33. And it's reading 34 and a half. Okay. And here. Get this glue off of here. Okay. Next cap is, let's see here, C14 and C9. So C14 is right here. I think C14 is this lead here. And this one here. Oh, can get the... Okay. This capacitor is glued on. So let me apply the... Oh, look at that. Wow. That came right off. I think... Oh. And I desoldered the wrong lead. Let me do this here. Yep, I soldered the lead that I desoldered by mistake. Went ahead and did that now because, well, if I didn't do that now, I might have forgotten, and then I'd try to power this thing back up and I'd be like, ah, isn't it working? And then maybe a live stream or two later, I'd finally see the lead that I forgot to do anything about. All right, so this reading is a 10 microfarad. Oh, 160 volt. Well, so the cap looks faded and old, but it's apparently in spec. And this is a 22 microfarad, 50 volt. And its reading is 20 and a half. Okay. So no smoking capacitor yet. Guess the next two is probably these ones here. Those are going to be, yep. All right, so there we go. These are two bulk capacitors with some glue holding them on, and this glue is this 99% isopropyl is no match for this glue. If you actually manage to get the glue to wick under the glue, then it just like, nope, sorry, can't hold on anymore. Yeah, this hot glue is... I mean, I know why they did it. It's to make sure these components didn't, I guess, vibrate too much in shipping. But yeah. Well, if I can get the Capacitor lead. Oh, you know, did I maybe desolder the wrong thing? No, it's just legs bent. Okay, there we go. There's that one and that one. I'm not sure about these capacitors. This one's 874 microfarad, and it's rated at 1,000, so that's kind of low. I mean, it's still within the presumed 20% tolerance, but $845. Again, this one's 1,000. Ah, 1 bit. This is a Mac Plus analog board. Because, well, I couldn't say no to the opportunity. The Mac Plus is definitely a different animal from the SE. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I should have known you were joking. Yeah, the voltages on it were low, so therefore I'm recapping it, even if that's not the actual problem. I have found one cap that's kind of low for its value, so I'm not going to say the exercise was entirely useless. Okay, so this one is 1939 or 1931 microfarad. And oh, you know, maybe I saw a decimal place that wasn't actually there on that one cap that it wasn't reading. This is a 2200 microfarad and it's reading at 1932. So that's just a bit on the low side. See if I can find this one cap it was struggling with. I'm going to try reading it again just to see if maybe I saw something that I... No, it doesn't like this one cap for some reason. It's telling me overload. All right, I think that one cap... Oh, hey, Dave. All right. I think I'm now down to the caps on the power supply part of the board. we go. Yeah, I'm not sure I have any extra. I'm not sure I have any extra 4 meg sims because those are kind of that sweet spot of usefulness. Come on out, Caps. I know you want to be free. There we go. So these are the high voltage caps. And I've got 101 microfarad and 109. Okay. Yeah, those caps are not only not name branded, but they're seemingly still good. Okay. All right, I guess let me get this little cap out here. All right. We're getting close to having all the original caps off this board. So far, I found one that was like really low for its original value, and one that was like kind of low for its original value. So in here, 443 is what it's reading, and it's a 470. It's a plus. I'm working on the plus analog board. I decided I wanted to work on the analog board that was showing more signs of life first. And then I'll work on the one that's absolutely showing 0 signs of life. Because I have both a 512 and a plus. Which, for anyone wondering, my 512 is going to stay a 512. It's a non-enhanced 512, in fact, so it's going to stay a non-enhanced 512 because I have the plus. All right, so it's reading 418 and it's a 470. Ooh, that's getting really low on its range. Yep. So yeah, my pluses will negate the need to have a 512 enhanced because, well, the 512 enhanced is basically has the plus ROMs, and then well, then I'll have the plus. So now all it needs is the 128, and I'll have the original set. Actually, I'm kind of just kidding there. The only reason I would want a 128, and I would probably borrow it for it, is just to see how not enough RAM the original Mac had. And I sure hope you got the external floppy drive with your 128K, because I bet you had to play the floppy disk shuffle like every other second. Well, maybe not that much, but... Or, as for some reason, the country song that popped in my head, the boot, scoot, and boogie every minute, because you did an operation that it's now got to load the code in from disk, and oh yeah, you yeah, I did. I think there was one time where I booted my LC off of a floppy disk, which wasn't that bad because I was troubleshooting it, and then I had to I only have one floppy drive for it, so then I had to put the disk in for the program I needed to run, and by golly, I'd never swapped disks so many times. Yeah, I can see how painful one floppy drive would have been on the original Macs. I don't know. It's been so long since I heard that song, and yet it just popped in my mind as I was thinking of the floppy disk shuffle. Brains are weird. Yeah. Gut Bomb said, "You just unlocked a core memory for me. When I was a teenager, I was a country line dance instructor and taught that song among others. Get down, turn around, go to town, boot, scoot, and boogie." Brains are weird. Don't know why in the world that song popped in my mind for the floppy disk shuffle. Ah, yeah, one bit who would be the expert on matters such as this says, OneDrive situations, you learn to go low in System Finder versions so your game can fit on your boot disk. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Unfortunately, for the LC troubleshooting I was doing, I needed to run Snooper. And I didn't have a... I think I finally did find a way to get a Snooper onto a disk with the system. Because the problem was... I forget what the problem was. But for some reason, I distinctly remember having to use an 800K disk for some reason. So maybe the might have been before I had another. Oh yeah, maybe it was before I had another working LC that had a working floppy drive in it. So I was stuck with having to create a disk on my SE, which only has 800K disks. All right, I think I got all the caps off. Let me double check. So yeah, I think I did. Anyways, I put a red mark on the original caps that I saw, and besides, if I have any left over, that'll be the prompt that I missed one. Yep. Joe says everything you did had its own boot disk like we did back on the Apple II. Yep. One bit saying you kids with your floppy emu and blue scuzzy 2 GB drives have it too easy. Yeah. Okay, it's a 2200 microfarad. It's reading 1985. That's within spec. $851, and it's 1,000. Ooh, that one's kind of low for what it is. So there's another one for. Yeah, so maybe, just maybe, a couple of these caps were. I've got one cap that this meter doesn't even want to test. So this one's 158. Oh, there we go. This one's low. This is a 220 microfarad. It's reading 158. There we go. So yeah, that one I think was out of spec. Okay, so let me take a moment. I don't see any electrolyte leakage on the board. I didn't smell any fish removing caps. But I'm still going to take a moment, and if I can find a swab, and I'm going to just really quickly clean the boards under those caps, just in case there actually is something up. But that's going to require me to figure out where my Q-tips, or well, rather cotton swabs, because they're not Q-tip brand. I gotta figure out where they ended up. They're on my workbench somewhere. Alright, or I found my foam swabs. They'll work just as well. One bit says, in my time, you booted System 1 and hit the programmer switch and retyped MacWrite in RAM opcode by opcode from scratch yourself before you wrote your maximum 3-page essay. Yeah, I don't think there was any. Yeah, my foam swab is. think it's cleaning off some dust, but I don't see any signs that it's cleaning up anything more than dust. Yeah, it just smells like electrolyte. There we go. All right. So, I guess now that I got all the old caps off, time to start putting new caps on, starting with C1. So, C1 gets replaced with a film capacitor, because C1 was a non-polarized electrolytic. It's kind of one of those. There's no equivalent in a non-polarized electrolytic in modern caps, so it gets replaced with a film capacitor. Okay, there we go. All right, C2 is 4700 microfarad, 16 volt. Remember, when replacing these, the stripe is negative. I'll put a couple of these caps on and then I will solder them. Let's see, C3 is a 270 16. Just have to find it. $220. $220. $470. Oh. Okay, so it looks like C3. I do not see the 270 microfarad that I think, well, Steve's recapping guide says it would be. I'd have to go back and watch my own live stream to see what I pulled off the board, or let me see if I can find it in my little pile of caps here. I think mine might have been a 220. Let me see if there's a note on the... Oh, I don't see a note on the wiki. All right, I'll also go ahead and put the safety caps in. while I'm thinking about it. All right. Okay. Okay, so I just went ahead and got the safety cap, and I'll get C1 and C2, and I'll hold on C3 until I get the other caps, because it looks like it's been swapped out for something else. And I will confirm what it got swapped out for by process of elimination. Okay. And there's my. There we go. All right. Okay. Let me get these other two safety caps real quick. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Just I got the safety caps in. So now I won't find out the hard way that I have a neighbor that does CB radio. I doubt I do, because I'd probably see the antenna in their yard, but. Alright, so. C5 is a 47 microfarad axial. Right, I think that is the 47. double check it real quick here. Oh, oh, that's... Okay, let me pull this cap out real quick. Okay, getting the impression my chat might be malfunctioning. Or... yeah, it's 47. Okay. Okay, 47 in. C6 is the 22 microfarad. I think are probably these ones. Yep. All right. This is going to be C6 and C14. All right, C6. And C14. C negative. Okay, there we go. That's probably a good number to start with. All right. Try not to put on too many caps at once. And okay. There we go. All right, let me check the... Excellent. Well, okay. All right. Let's see here. So C9 is a 10 microfarad. Wait a minute. Oh, 160 volt. Okay, so that's going to be one of the. There we go. Okay, there's that one. And see, next one, I think C11 is axial, should be a 33. Yeah, C11 and C13. '11. And one more axial. There it is. And C13. All right. Okay, there we go. There's that. Okay, all right. Another 3 caps in. Okay, all right. Yeah, these new axials are longer than the ones they replaced, so they don't fit quite as nice, but it'll be fun. All right, so C14 already got. C24, 2200 microfarad, 16 volt. C25 and C26 are 1000 microfarad. .35 volts. Okay, that must be these 1000 microfarad 16-volt ones. Okay. Let's see, that's C25, C26. And C31. Okay. All right. Check the alignment. It was like decent. I think this one. There we go. That's better. Oh, Joe just underclocked an LC2 for science. .02 megahertz, so that you could see what an 030 processor running at the same speed as a Apple II would have done. That'd be one way to make the Apple II win. Actually, I don't know if the 030 could underclock that much. All right, let's see here. C29 is 2200. C30 is a 220. Okay. 36. I guess I'll go ahead and get those. Those are these high voltage caps. 35, 36. Right. Let's try these. Okay. Oh, Joe swapped the 31.33 megahertz clock for 28.6 to see what would happen. Booted right up, but the sounds are wrong. It won't take a 15 megahertz. Okay, there we go. There's a couple more capacitors, so I have 3 left. All right. Which is good, because I got 3 capacitors left and 3 empty capacitor spaces left, so... Alright, so... Alright, so the 270 microfarad, or at least on Steve's guide, it says 270 at the top of the board. Must actually be a 220. And then these last 2 caps are the 2 remaining ones, which are 470 microfarads. Well, and if I can find where my solder fell to. There we go. All right. All right. So now I'm just taking a little bit of isopropyl alcohol and cleaning the board. Kind of mainly give the flux that's in my solder just a little bit of a clean. I'm just going ahead and kind of giving the whole bottom of the board just a little bit of a clean, just because. Although I just remembered there was one other thing I was going to do on this board. Actually, let me do it this way. Some more reflow, the flyback. And some of these other larger pin terminals. There we go. All right. Okay. I don't know that these terminals are a slam dunk at needing reflowed, but I'm doing it anyways. Oh, that's weird. Oh, reason why those were bridging is because those are actually connected together. Okay. All right, getting close to reflowing. Complete. Okay, let's see here. I think that was everything I wanted to reflow. Was the connectors, flyback, and a couple other large terminals that looked like they could have been connected to heavy things. All right. Let me clean the flux off the board. Yeah, I'm wondering if your LC2 is there's something in the ROMs that's doing a clock speed or it's setting up one of the clock chips and assuming a frequency, and could be something on the board that's got a minimum clock speed. Or even one of the ROM checks that checks the clock speed to make sure things look like they're running correctly. And all right, well, there we go. All right, it looks good. I think I got all the capacitors. I got the flux cleaned off for the most part. Okay. Oh, okay, I did get some flux on the top edge of the board here. All right. I think I think I want to take another pass at this board at some point, but given the time, I guess I want to test it, and I'll make a second pass at it later. It still feels like there's flux on the board. The board feels slimy. All right. Probably good enough to test. All right. Okay, So I guess I'll put the analog board back in the machine. We'll power it up. If it works, or if it doesn't work, well, that's going to be it for the stream tonight because I'm like quickly getting tired and I don't feel like going past midnight tonight. Guess I'd be glad that I'm managing to convince myself to stay awake long enough to at least test it once. Yep, we'll see what it does, and although no matter what it does, that's pretty much. I mean, okay, if it powers up and the screen looks good, and I might be convinced to do one quick second power up with the system disk, but that's it. If it doesn't work though, that's it. I'm not going to do troubleshooting tonight. That'll be for another stream. Or I could maybe be convinced to look at it on Dave's stream. Just saying. Alright. Let me plug the main cable back in. This one back in. Lug board lined up. Okay, right. Go. The knob feels like it's in place. Logic board cable back in. Plug the floppy drive back in. Plug the anode cap back in. Get the neck board plugged back in. Get the analog board screwed in. Ground wire connected. You find the little clippy dealy that I sure thought I removed from this. That I can't find. Little piece that goes on the analog board. Oh, maybe this didn't have one on it. Alright, well, I'll screw it in, and if I find the little clippity doodad, then I'll put it back on later. Little piece that maybe I'm thinking of the SE, but I sure thought there was one on this one. It's probably on the floor. It probably fell off at some point. I just didn't notice it. All right. All right, that's good. Whoa, what was that? Oh, snagged my chair on something. Okay, it was not the analog tube, but I don't know what I snagged on. I'm going to find some broken plastic somewhere. Okay. All right, let me see here. I was looking for the piece that I probably didn't bring over here. Okay, let me find. I'm trying to find a thing to put under the Mac Plus to keep it from touching the workbench or the shield that came on it. Okay. All right, I will position this for maximum viewing angle in case something decides to go pop. All right, my smart outlet is turned off. I know you won't be able to see the Mac Plus, but I'll find a way. Actually, I can probably, if I see anything on the screen, I think I can do that number. All right, that'll work. All right, smart outlet on in 3, 2, 1, go. And full send in 3, 2, 1. So we got a beep. We got a pop. And a very dim flashing question mark. So no change on analog board behavior. I guess I didn't fully expect that was going to fix it. Okay, well, at least I now know that caps wasn't the problem. All right, well, I guess, well, I said I'd test it and then sign off for the night. It was actually a little brighter before I fixed it. So actually, it would appear as if the recapping. Oh, hold on. Let's give that one more try. I think the brightness knob might have been. I might have moved the brightness knob while working on it. No, sure enough, I think that's dimmer than it was, so. So apparently, recapping it made it worse. Brightness pot adjustment on the main board. We are getting into things that I'll have to do another stream because it's midnight and I'm tired and I don't know where my plastic tools are for adjusting the potentiometers. They're on my workbench somewhere. But yeah, apparently, yeah, either reworking it changed the. Either I bumped the brightness pot on the board, or it needs to be adjusted because the capacitors are new or something. Yeah, it's midnight. I mean, it's 11:58 p.m. So, yeah, I'm sometimes I get convinced to go past midnight, but tonight I am not not feeling up to going past midnight. So, I will have to probably defer this to either Dave's stream or another stream. Because quite clearly the recapping did not fix it. And it seems like the brightness is worse now. So, and the image is still, yeah, Jeremy's saying high voltage plus fatigue equals zap. Yeah, and now, what hasn't changed is the image is still stretched out. But what has changed is it seems to be dimmer now than it was then. So, I'll wear another cap. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's time for me to go to bed, and I'll come back to this. I mean, you know I'm going to come back to this because I want a working plus. So I'll bother to figure out things later. But anyways, yep, I'm going to go ahead and call the stream for the evening. I'd like to thank everyone for joining me. We got the G3, got a compact flash card for the G3 with the system 851 restored to it. Very clean install from Apple. Of course, I think that's what they did back in the day. So, yep, you're welcome for the stream. And then recap the analog board on this Mac Plus. I wasn't sure that was going to fix it. That didn't fix it, but that probably means one of the semiconductors is out of spec on it. In fact, I believe Adrian Black repaired an analog board a couple months ago, and maybe I should go watch his video working the analog board because I think that maybe it's a similar failure. But anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications so that if YouTube decides to send you a notification, You'll know when I go live. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for joining me. Take care. Have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.